Way or this way? That? Hello. Hello. That was about as creepy as it gets. Ben up in the control booth. Are we good to go? Okay. Good morning and welcome. My name is Kyle Boyko. I'm here on behalf of STEM Racing Canada, which is a program that is brought to you by Inspire Tech Canada. That is a nonprofit, non-government organization building the leaders of tomorrow using science and technology and engineering and mathematics as a launch pad. I couldn't be more pleased to bring the STEM Racing Canada program to Canada for the first time. There's never been a nonprofit NGO that has had the responsibility to bring the program, which is the leading global STEM competition, formerly known as F1 in schools. STEM racing is the trade name today, to Richmond Hill, to Holy Trinity. So I'd like to give a warm welcome to the head of school to introduce us properly, Amanda from Holy Trinity. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. And good morning, everybody. Sorry, there's no microphone that is tall enough for me. A warm welcome to each one of you. We're so thrilled to host you here at Holy Trinity. We very much, we're a 44-year-old school and have been built on the mindsets of entrepreneurialism and innovation. There's a bit of a tagline here that says curiosity changes everything, and that very much is our mindset. We're so thrilled to partner with STEM Racing Canada and be the Canadian site for this. And I just want to commend each one of you for your commitment to this work. These are the skills that are going to set you apart as adults in the world. We talk a lot about those who can be problem solvers, but what this involves is such comprehensive creativity, collaboration, problem solving, business skills, and all of those elements are going to be needed in the future. So you are making an investment in yourself. You are starting to build those skills, and know that the things that you take away from this will set you apart from other folks in the future. I'm excited also just to see these cars race. I think it's going to be an amazing day. The team was here till late last night, ensuring that everything was in place. The track looks incredible. So I hope you have, most importantly, have fun today. Today should be about fun and collaboration, and know that we're just thrilled to have you. So once again, thank you. And it's my sincere pleasure to welcome, to also address you, the Mayor of Richmond Hill.
Thanks so much, Amanda. It's a real pleasure to be here. This is great. And I first and foremost, I want to thank Holy Trinity for hosting this, and right here in my hometown of Richmond Hill. And, I have to say, when Kyle talked to me about this whole program, I had no idea what he was talking about at first, because this seems so fantastic that it was too good to be true. I really think that this program is the kind of program that we want to be able to offer our young people, to really get into a kind of a simulated real world example, but it's just also really cool. And at the risk of sounding like your parents, but I mean, I'm a parent, so I can't help it. The things that you're going to learn, well, that you've learned up to this point, that you're going to learn today and going forward, are all of the skills that you would need to be successful later in life. I understand that there's an element of this, obviously, of the science and technology, but also teamwork, of working together, of marketing, of design. I mean, all of this stuff. And then today, the element of working together as teams, but getting to know other people and networking, I think, is also really, really important. So, I mean, this today is a great experience for all of you. I am a little jealous we weren't doing stuff like this when I was a kid, but really soak it all up, really enjoy it, and really make memories that are going to last you for a lifetime today. I actually have to leave and do a bunch of other mayor things today, but I am going to try to get back here by noon, because I'm just dying to see these cars and seeing how they operate. So congratulations, everybody. Best of luck. And like, as Amanda said, really, really have a good time today and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful, wonderful experience. And I think you've also put a lot of work into getting to this place today. So really enjoy the fruits of your labor. Thanks very much, everybody. Have fun.
So thank you very much to Mayor West and Amanda. I'd first like to thank the team at Holy Trinity, Jason Dickinson, Jen Cleary, Carolyn Michon, Stephanie. The team here really came together. You have to realize that this all started back in February as an idea, and the concept was, could we set up Team Canada, which would include infrastructure, which would include bringing all of the STEM racing, Formula One in schools, consumables from the UK to Canada, so students nationwide could take part in this elite project-based learning experience. I'd like to welcome Kate Boyko, my wife and boss from Inspire Tech Canada, come up and say just a few words to encourage you that great ideas can come when your ears are open. If you want to say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. Inspire Tech Canada started 10 years ago as a suggestion from me to Kyle that he needed a hobby. He was working a lot, and I thought he needed to get out into the community and meet some really young and innovative students. I had a friend that was running a robotics team in Huntsville, Ontario, where we were living. And I said, go meet him, go meet the students, take your drone, it'll be so fun. And Kyle left with his big drone, all excited to show these kids something really cool. And he came home and he said, they said they could build it. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, I took it out and they said they could build one. So I put it away. And that just sparked something in Kyle that he said, we can make a difference to the community that we live in. And it has grown exponentially over the last decade. And initiatives like bringing this to your schools has been something we've been thinking about for a really long time. So we're so thrilled that you're here. We can't wait to see this continue to grow. And good luck today. I can't wait to watch the racing happen.
So I'm very comfortable on the microphone standing up in front of people like yourselves. This is quite easy. My original career was a disc jockey on the radio. I don't do that anymore, but I still kind of do it. So I have an extremely cool job at Inspire Tech. So in terms of bringing this together, this is a foundational experience. This is trajectory changing. Students and teams from across the world are actually checking this out. So STEM racing is in over 70 countries. There are teams that just came back from Worlds that are actually competing virtually in this Strathcona Tweedsmuir in Alberta. And then there was an all-girls private school in Quebec that was also in Worlds. So back in September, they went to Singapore and competed against 70 other countries. So the race is about 4 days long. They take a day in the middle, and then they go to the Singapore Formula One race. It's an absolutely memorable world-class experience. So students, you probably know that all of the professional class teams, where we have teams from BC to Alberta to Ontario, teams that were going to come online from Quebec and Nova Scotia weren't able to make the deadline in time, but I suspect they'll be here next year. This is a national qualifier. So our hope is that all teams will go to our April event, which will be in Northern Ontario at Canadore College. That will be our national qualifier. So this event, this is the very, very first Canadian managed opportunity for students to do this real world experience. So we're grateful that you put in the hard work. We're grateful to the administrators and the parents and the teachers and everyone else that pulled this together. Our good friends at Spectrum Education, Simone and Chris, have allowed the teams to be supported technically from a supplies point of view, from a distribution point of view, from all of the machines and consumables and software that go with supporting the infrastructure that is underpinned with the teams. This wouldn't be possible without Spectrum Education. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's an important strategy. This is Canadian-backed, Canadian-owned, Canadian responsibility for Canadian students. It's important on the global stage that Canada continues to lead by example. So right now, we're going to hear from the chairman of Formula One in Schools, STEM Racing. This was cut for us. Andrew Denford is in United Kingdom. His family for 80 years has been building CNC technology that most of you worked with, whether that be 3 or 4 axis to mill your car to get it ready for today. Andrew and his family 30 years ago built a relationship with Formula One for a pathway for more students to get involved in high class, high value careers like in Formula One, the most elite global power sport on the planet. So to the people in the tech booth, Ben, if you could cue the video from Andrew Denford from STEM Racing, we'd be grateful for that. Thank you.
Of STEM Racing. It's great to know that we're launching STEM Racing Canada, and the event that you're attending will be a fantastic day for you all. You're going to have great fun involving yourselves in this competition, from doing project management, business planning, sponsorship, marketing, sketching, designing, analyze, manufacturing, and then racing your cars. It's going to be a great opportunity for you all to get all the life skills that you need when you're moving on and starting your careers. We had 2 teams at the World Finals in Singapore last year, and we look forward to welcoming more teams from Canada to the event in 2026. You're going to have fantastic fun today, I'm sure. We look forward to seeing some of the racing action. You'll make great friends as well, and we want to see this as a start for expanding STEM racing right across Canada and getting many, many more schools involved. And one day we hope to attend the Canada National Final for STEM racing. Have a fantastic day, everybody, and congratulations to you all. Thank you.
So this is a really, really cool experience. 1 in 19 students that have had a history with F1 in school STEM racing somehow, some way actually ends up associated or working with or for a Formula One team. So Formula One teams can be comprised of over 1,000 different employees. So many, many roles, all that are equipped with a science, technology, engineering, mathematics background. So we have a keynote. This is a young student, former student of the Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute, who is in San Francisco Bay Area. And I think you should really, really pay attention to the trajectory changing story that Siam Patel is going to tell you. So I met Siam actually through the Northview Heights School. He was associated with the Toronto District School Board and Mark Garneau. So if we want to queue up Siam Patel so that he can speak to the students live. That will be our keynote for this morning. When this is done, we'll probably have maybe an opportunity for 1 or 2 questions potentially, and then we'll be ushering you into the workshops that'll be starting effectively in about 30 minutes. So we're running on time, but Siam Patel is our keynote speaker, and he's on behalf of Tesla. So if you want to patch him in, Ben, that would be greatly appreciated.
Cool. Yeah. So I don't think I have any feedback here if I'm on the screen. It would be great if someone could let me know.
Siam, can you hear us?
Yep, I can. Cool. Am I
Your
audible?
mic might be muted.
I think my Zoom's saying that it hears me.
Okay, we should be good to go.
Okay, great. Yeah, cool. Is the audio coming through? Awesome. Sounds good. No, it's a real privilege for me to get a chance to speak at the event today. I'd heard about STEM racing not too long ago from a former teacher
Siam,
of
just give
mine.
us 1 second. We can't just hear you yet. 1 sec.
No, no worries.
Let's try and test that audio just one more time.
Check, check.
No, we don't have audio just yet.
No worries.
We can see you. We just can't hear you. Ben, any live IT technical advice? Siam, you know this is the real world. We can see you and hear you, but we can't hear you actually. We can see you.
No worries.
Let's try that one more time.
Cool. Check, check.
No, we still got video, no audio yet.
Okay. Yeah, I think the participants of the Zoom call can hear me. Check, check. Okay, yeah, I think the participants of the Zoom call at least.
So still no audio. Apologize. We're doing our best. I'm not quite sure what to say, but I have a feeling we will figure this out. We're sending in backup resources. This should be fixed momentarily. You are going to like this story. I can tell you that much. Siam Patel is quite something. So anyone who is on the live stream, we're just waiting to connect the audio from our presenter, Siam Patel, who's in the beautiful San Fran Bay area. Can anyone read lips?
Check, check.
We may have to do this, but worst case scenario is we use a mobile phone. But I have a feeling that we will get this sorted. And I know Siam is up early. He's an early riser, so we appreciate you doing this because your son's just coming up over there.
Yeah.
See, we read those lips, no problem.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so just bear with us. We should be sorting this out momentarily. Well, I guess we can start with the easy stuff. Everybody probably knows Tesla, so this is going to be an interesting story of how a Toronto young student has ended up having a world-class career in likely one of the highest growth technology companies that we all know. Yeah, perhaps. Siam, we might end up giving you a call just to see if it
No
would be
worries.
better from an audio point of view. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to see what they have to say. I do. While we're doing this, Mitchell, why don't you come back to the stage and introduce yourself? Mitchell was the only Canadian judge to go to the STEM racing world finals. And an Albertan team actually messaged me just a few days ago and said Mitchell would be blessing us with his presence. Mitchell, why don't you come in for just a second and tell some of the students what you do? We'll go full improv here. Come on up. Let's welcome Mitchell.
I think I've spoken to some of you, but I've been part of STEM Racing since 2022. So I've been to a few World Finals judging, head judge within the project management sphere. Really love like the evolution of it. I was mentioning to earlier teams that like I always get in trouble from my fellow judges saying like, why aren't there Canadian teams here? And so last year it was great to have two teams. However the process starts, I'm committed to be able to help the Canadian teams get stronger and stronger. I also have commitment from every head judge in every category to spend some time with you all as well. So as teams get ready for World Finals, great support through everyone here, but also having some international judges being able to look at some portfolios, provide some suggestions, hopefully makes you all more competitive. So yeah, that's
Check.
around. And so if folks have any questions, or we can
Check.
have some other conversations after leading to April and beyond.
I am just texting Siam. And so the texting is working just perfectly, just so we know that. We do have full responses. So I guess from a booth point of view, thank you, Mitchell. I appreciate it. Little comic relief here. There's a sign.
Hi. Check.
Oh.
Check.
Ah, welcome.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, Siam, green light.
Perfect. Awesome. We got there. Hi. Oh, yeah. No, I think Kyle already gave me a great introduction. My name is Siam. It's a real privilege for me to get a chance to speak with you all today on today's event. Yeah, I had heard about STEM racing not too long ago, actually, from a former teacher of mine, Mr. Oppenheimer. He's probably out here in the crowd somewhere. We had added each other on LinkedIn almost a decade ago when I was one of his students. And since then, he'd noticed I'd got into the automotive and Formula style racing space. And he reached out to me mentioning that he had some students participating in a new F1 high school STEM competition and was wondering if I was available to provide some feedback and pointers. As Kyle mentioned, I currently live in San Francisco, but I grew up and went to high school and university all in Toronto. And STEM competitions like this have played a huge role in my life, and you'll see that as I get into my story. And they played a huge role in my life in where I've kind of ended up today. I had a great time chatting with the students, Mr. Oppenheimer, Kyle, and learning about the competition. And I attempted my best to provide some feedback to the students we were chatting with. I was further honored when they asked me to say a few words here today and kind of share my story. And like every good story, I think the best way to do it is start close to the end and go back to the beginning and then go to the actual ending. So the where to begin? So I currently live in San Francisco. I'm a powertrain engineer at Tesla, part of the research and development department. So for those who don't know, powertrain essentially deals with all the parts of a vehicle that deliver power to the wheels of the vehicle to make it move. So Teslas are electric vehicles. So what I specifically work on is the high voltage system of the car. So this includes things like the high voltage battery, high voltage power converters, thermal systems. And most of my work here at Tesla is very performance vehicle focused. So my day to day is really about applying all sorts of engineering skills from like electronics, firmware, thermal systems, control systems to improve our technology to squeeze out as much power out of something as we can. In fact, for the last few months, I've been working on new performance powertrains that we're launching pretty soon. And my day to day essentially looks like what I'd imagine an engineer's job would look like as a kid. I spend a few weeks working on new ideas and designs in the lab, and then I go out to the racetrack every once in a while, every couple of months, to test them out on the track, as that's the only source of truth we have. And depending on how things look, better or worse, we go back to the drawing board and repeat this process until we've really perfected what we're trying to do. Um, but regardless of the outcomes, I think I get to enjoy one of the coolest jobs in the world because I'm essentially getting to live out my childhood dream every day, working on the cutting edge of technology. And it's the good times like this, I think about how I sort of ended up here. So just over 11 years ago, I was actually a student at a new high school student at Mark Ernest CI in Toronto. When I was a student, we didn't have any good STEM design competitions that my high school participated in. In fact, I actually started my high school's first ever robotics team, and with the support of some great teachers and sponsors. We started this way back in 2014. I was really interested in engineering and was looking for any sort of opportunity to kind of exercise my skills and learn new things. And when we started it, we were a fairly small club of about 4 people who just like to tinker around after class. And by the time I graduated, we had won a handful of competitions. We were one of the biggest clubs in school. After I graduated, I hadn't heard much about the team, but last night I just had a curiosity. I decided to do some research and see if there's any information I could find on the team online just to see where how far the team had gone. And to my surprise, I came across the team's website. That did not exist when I was there. I was able to find the team's photos and pictures on Instagram. And the part that got to me the most was seeing dozens of students in t-shirts and sweaters and stuff with the team logo we had designed almost 11 years ago. A high school friend of mine and I had designed it 11 years ago with the help of their parent, who was a graphic designer. And at the time, I remember thinking, this club is just 4 of us. We're putting way too much effort into this logo, and it doesn't really matter at this stage. But now it's kind of surreal seeing like almost hundreds of students who have benefited from this club wearing this logo, which we had no idea that the club would grow this big and it would be impacting students across a decade. So it's still kind of astonishing to me that had happened. I think the even more astonishing part was that when I went on the team's website, I noticed they actually even remembered the origins of the club. Like they had a little blurb there mentioning that it started by 4 students in 2014. So that was quite the treat in my preparation for this. After I graduated high school, I went to the University of Toronto to get my engineering degree. I couldn't figure out exactly what type of engineering I wanted to do, so I actually chose engineering science at U of T, which is a bit of a mixed program, which allows you to do every discipline of engineering for about 2 years before you choose your major. And this was kind of perfect for me. I wanted the chance to learn all sorts of engineering from thermodynamics to electronics to computer science. And when I was graduating high school, I didn't really feel like choosing something specific. I was way too curious and wanted to kind of have it all. When I got to university, I came across another design team, another university level design team, which we call Formula SAE. So Formula SAE is actually a great parallel to STEM racing in high school. Formula SAE is the world's biggest university level design competition. Most engineering universities globally have some sort of Formula SAE team. And the goal of Formula SAE is very similar to STEM racing, just on a much larger scale. Every year, each team from each university builds a Formula style race car completely from scratch. We weld our own chassis, do our own wiring, build engines, build high voltage batteries, build carbon fiber aerodynamics. And after building these cars, each summer the teams meet up at different racetracks around the world. The big one in North America is Michigan International Speedway, and actually race these cars they've built to get in the car and race them against students who built their cars at their universities. And this was my first intro into the automotive space. When I first joined, it was a very small team, as a ragtag group of about 10 of us who used to work on these combustion cars and kind of just piece them together every year and try to go into different racing competitions around the world, from Europe to the US. But as I was going through my university years, the competition was transitioning into the electric direction, mostly because electric race cars are much more performant and much more faster than combustion race cars can be. And this is kind of where things kind of changed for me. So being part of this design team, I was kind of forced to learn all sorts of new skills to kind of build and design these electric race cars. And that's what I spent majority of my university time doing, more so than even classes. Part of me trying to learn all these skills and trying to build this car, I was actually recruited by Tesla after I was 3 years into university. They're like, "Hey, you've demonstrated some great skills trying to do the very thing that we are trying to do as a company." So I headed to California, and I was an intern at Tesla for almost 2 years. I was working partly when I came back for my senior year as well. And at Tesla, I moved around. I tried a whole bunch of different teams. I spent almost a year in electronics design. I did almost another year in like high voltage systems and firmware design. And then I took all these learnings all the way back to my university for my final year of college. And this was our first year in my final year of college that we ran our first ever electric race car, and I was our first ever chief electrical engineer. And in that year's competition, we got some fantastic results. We were fifth in all of North America out of hundreds of schools, sixth in a European competition, which were results kind of unheard of for a first year team to ever achieve. From this success, actually, one of my design judges at this competition was the person who ended up hiring me back at Tesla. So that was quite the coincidence. And since then, I've been at Tesla for just over 2 years now as a full-time engineer, and I work on high voltage systems integration. And here's where it gets really more fun. My day-to-day now almost strictly deals with just building highly performant race cars. So I've recently transitioned into a new role where I'm the high voltage system integration lead for the new Tesla Roadster that we're designing. We're still early in research and development, but it's a job like no other. And to me, it largely feels like I'm still back in college, just building race cars just on a professional scale. In my time as an engineer so far, I've got a chance to meet many other colleagues who are just as interested in the stuff I do. And many of them are actually in Formula One racing. There's many folks I've met who are powertrain engineers for like Red Bull or McLaren. And it's been a really interesting life that I've gotten a chance to live. And a lot of that is very much due to these high school and university level STEM racing and design team events that have really given the opportunity to even see what's out there, learn new skills, put my skills to the test. And I'm very appreciative of these types of competitions, and I'm even more appreciative to get to talk to you guys today. STEM racing in coming to Canada is, I think, going to be fantastic. Some of the best engineers I know are all Canadian. I think that's something we do really well. I hadn't realized how good our Canadian engineers are until I'd actually come to the US and worked in Silicon Valley for a few years. And I think from the outside, living in Canada, you can tell, but some of the best engineers, Canada makes some of the best engineers I know. And that's largely because of our great science and technology foundation and a lot of these amazing events and competitions that we run. So that's a bit about my story. I'm really glad I had the opportunity to talk today. Happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Oh, there we go. We got power again. So, Jen Cleary, is there a way for Siam to ask or us to ask questions to Siam? We're working on it, Siam.
No worries.
Oh, actually, we can hear you. Turns out it's
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay. So, hands up if you have a question. We're going to take 3 questions. All right, right there. Come on down. It's like the price is wrong. I'm just kidding. Come on down. All right, you're going to lean into the microphone. Follow the directions.
Perfect. Hi, Siam. My name is Arun, and I'm from Team Ignite Racing. First and foremost, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. It was great to hear from you, kind of like where you went from high school to where you are now. The question I have for you is, what's like your motivating factor? We see that you went from Inside to SAE to where you are now with Tesla. So what's kind of that pushes you?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, to be fair, I never had a strong career path or a place I wanted to end up. Most of my motivation has largely just been curiosity driven. I think there was a vision, you have as a child of what you imagine engineering's like, what it's like to invent things, what it's like to build. And I tried my best to try to follow that as much as I could. And kind of in just doing so, most of these things that I've done or happen to be happen chance. Uh, I never had an intention to end up at Tesla. I never knew anything about automotive until I was like freshman in college. And I just happened to run into this club that wasn't that great at the time when I joined. And most of my motivations were very largely curiosity driven and wanting just any opportunity where I could get a chance to build something and sort of just explore my abilities and what I could do.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so who's next? Who has the next question? All right, all the way up there. Come on down, please. Why don't you introduce yourself and ask your question?
Hi, I'm Leah from Northern. I was just wondering, like, when did you find out what engineering you wanted to go into? Like, when did it kind of speak to you? Us coming from someone who
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I when I first went into university, like I mentioned, I chose engineering because I had no idea what type of engineering I wanted to do. And believe it or not, the engineering major I ended up choosing, which is electrical and computer engineering, um, was lower on my list. For some reason, I thought I was going to do financial engineering or I might do machine intelligence. But I think it was when I was in my second year of university where I realized that I was just fascinated by electronics and I wanted to be a much more of a classical engineer in the sense of working in the electrical and computer engineering space. Um, but I think it took me a while to actually sort out what sort of engineer I wanted to be. Even then, even afterward, I kind of figured, okay, yes, I think I want to focus in on electrical computer engineering. Engineering science allowed me to really explore all the different types of engineering as well. It was a great program to really get a breadth of everything that's kind of out there. in the different disciplines. I think what maybe really flipped the switch for me was actually my Formula SAE team. When I was in my second year, we'd kind of decided, yep, uh, we want to transition to making electric race cars. I'd been originally recruited into the team specifically because I'd a little bit more electrical skill than most folks. But I'm like, okay, if we need to build an electric race car, I better start studying electrical engineering to make that happen. And that's kind of how my decision went. It was very largely driven by wanting to make an electric race car.
Thank you. Okay, so who is the lucky last candidate? Raise your hand if you have a question for Siam. Come on up, please.
Two shorts.
That's okay.
Opposite problem from you. Thank you again. Sorry, man, I've lost my voice. But I'm from Crimson Swords, Northern Secondary. I wanted to ask because there must have been some challenges in your way to be where you are right now. How did you pass those challenges? How did you overcome them? Like, what was your driving factor, or like, yeah.
Great question. Yeah, so definitely a lot of challenges on the way. Yeah, I think my biggest challenges were all throughout my university years. So I went to University of Toronto. Throughout almost my entire university time, I was working part-time to pay for tuition and housing and all these other things that are financial stresses when you're a student. Plus doing my classes, plus doing this Formula SAE competition. So my time was very, very, very limited when I was in my university years, just crunched all around. It was crunched to the point where my grades were significantly suffering because of how much time I was putting into Formula SAE. The I think the motivating factor to me through all of it was there was a certain, I guess, yeah, a dream I had on what sort of engineer I wanted to be. I think, yeah, this might sound kind of surprising to a lot of students. I didn't have a good feel for this when I was in high school either. Is most engineering students graduate and unfortunately do not have the opportunity to use their most of their degree ever again. Both my parents are also actually engineers as well, and they work in the engineering field, but they're like, Siam, we have not used a speck of our degree. They used skills they learned, they used the critical thinking they learned in their schooling years, but most of the technical skills they developed are not usually needed. And personally, for me, I'm doing all this technical experience. I want to be able to use it. And there is a handful of professions, automotive being one of them, where you're using every last bit of skill you could possibly put together. It's the most cross-functional discipline where we're putting together all sorts of things. It's a very creative endeavor. And I think just seeing that this is kind of the life that I wanted to live. I wanted to be an inventor. I wanted to work researching new ideas, is what really motivated me through most of it. Almost too much to the point where my grades were really rough when I was graduating university. That's one of the other, I guess, tips I can throw your way is that I think in the highest echelons of engineering and industry, for better or for worse, nobody has really ever cared about your grades or the academic side, as important as it is. I think that it is a very much a proof is in the pudding type of world where the things that matter are the demonstrations of the things that you can do. So things like these design competitions are where most of these top companies are looking for candidates and people with passion to kind of recruit from. So this is where I spent majority of my time in my college years, was really just these design competitions. Um, and um, and thankfully they kind of got me to to what I dreamed that they would.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone here probably has heard of that thing called LinkedIn. Anyone who links with me or wants to find Siam Patel, I'm sure he would be open to connect with you. The world is about connections. This is an intentional collision. So Siam, thank you for making the time, for getting up early, sharing your story, finding it to be inspirational what we're doing. Students, let's give Siam a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Kyle.
So everyone, we're going to move in an orderly fashion towards the classrooms. There's going to be a workshop. So I just got the WhatsApp message that Nelson Vale, the global director for STEM Racing, is ready to kick off the workshop. So thank you very much for this first part. The live stream will continue. We're going to go into 3 individual classes, and we've got that broken down. So Siam, wishing you a great Saturday, and we look forward to making more connections on LinkedIn.
Sounds good. Hope you guys have a great competition.
Students, let's come down safely, and we're going to pardon.
Morning, Nelson. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Beautiful. Awesome. I just wanted to make sure that your audio is working and we can hear you perfectly.
And can you hear me okay? Loud
Yeah,
and clear?
sounds perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
That's all right. So it's all good then. Can we start? Okie dokie. So I'm just going to share my screen.
And Nelson, you're loud and clear on our side, and we can see you.
Hello. I'm just not sure if you guys have to give me permission to be able to share my screen.
I'm seeing you in as a co-host. Is it giving you a message that you can't right now?
I know. It's all good. I have found
Beautiful.
it. And you should now see my presentation. Just let me know if you can or not.
Looks perfect.
Right. So just gonna make my window bigger. Right. So I cannot see anyone. So I hope there's a full room. First of all, my name is Nelson. I'm the director of international operations for STEM racing. I hope this is the beginning of a great day for all of you guys. The whole point of my quick presentation is to give you a bit more details about STEM racing, what we are all about, and make it also a bit in terms of tips and hits for you and for your journey into the competition, speaking about where we are, who is supporting us, and then hopefully by the end of it, we can do a bit of Q&A and you guys can ask any questions that you would like. I have more than 20 years of experience with what was F1 in schools, and we have now rebranded to STEM racing supported by Formula One. So let's go for it. I mean, ultimately, guys, just interrupt me whenever. Just you can pop a message on the chat, and I can stop and I can clarify at any point of the presentation, or we will do the Q&A by the end of it. Sounds good? Right. STEM racing. What is it all about? So STEM racing is a STEM challenge. We are all around the world. We have presence in more than 64 countries. We have millions of students aware of the competition and thousands of students competing all around the world in this competition where it all starts by transforming this little block that you can see in my hand into an amazing miniature F1 car. So something like this that I'm pretty sure you guys are already developing. So we are going to start by talking a bit in terms of the competition journey. And it's a bit the same all around the world. But let me tell you how excited I am to see it really getting traction in Canada. A few years ago, I was still the Portuguese coordinator, and I was taking Portuguese teams to the World Finals, and I was lucky to see a Canadian team participating in the World Finals as a guest team, and I could see their potential. I could see the potential at the time. They won the Best Engineering Award with a fantastic car, and since then, since I joined the HQ team, it was one of my main objectives to make sure that Canada was again on the map with lots and lots of students and teams competing in the competition. But for that, it is critical that you guys have a great support structure. And it took us a bit of time to get to that support structure, but Kyle and his team are doing a fantastic job. And hopefully this will just be the first year of many, many years where students from Canada are going to be able to prove themselves into the competition. In September, we had our 20th World Finals, and we had teams from Canada making a comeback into the competition, and especially into our biggest event, the World Finals. and we were super excited to see the flag again in the event. But now let's see where this new generation of students is going to be able to take it. So it is a competition. It all starts in school. You basically develop the whole work in school after you guys have registered, of course, into the competition. But then you work to a goal. You work to a goal of competing, and competing, what it could be a regional event, what could be a national event, or the dream of going into an international event, and that could be the World Finals or exciting new tournaments that we are preparing. We still haven't defined the name. It could be a continental final, it could be an international tournament, but we are going to have more international events for students to compete from all around the world. But what will you do in STEM racing? So it's not, of course, just about the car, and you guys have now noticed it. You start by reading the rules and regulations, and all of a sudden you realize that it's all about making a team, creating a team, taking a few of your good friends or classmates, simulating job roles, and starting to develop a product. And that product, it's the racing car, and it then all goes around the racing car. But you are doing quite a lot. The car has to be measured, so you are preparing the car for specification and scrutineering. This is where all the measurements are done to the car, and that's the first step of competing in any STEM racing event. The car needs to be measured to see if it's legal, if it's compliant to the set of technical regulations, depending on the class of entry that you guys do, if it's entry class, development class, or professional class. It all starts there. But all the teams go into the track anyway. Every single car race unless it's unsafe to race. So then it needs to be fixed by the team. But the consequence of failing a specification regulation, it's a point penalty. It could be a consequence of not winning a specific award. But it's about what's behind it. And I will go and explain a little bit about how important it is 1 millimeter, and not failing by 1 millimeter. You guys, of course, have to do a design and engineering presentation when we are in a national final or in a regional final. Of course, this event is a bit different because it's a first launch event for the competition. The futures event will have the full complete format, and that is a design and engineering panel, a project management panel, an enterprise panel, a pit display that you guys will be able to showcase your wonderful work. You'll have to do a verbal presentation, and this is to test your communication skills, and of course, racing. It's all about then racing with the car that you guys have developed for many, many weeks or even months and even years. Design, engineer, manufacture, test, and race your own racing car. Now, this is super important. You can see on the screen the car of the most recent world champions. This team is Luna from Australia. But what exactly is the difference to a car that I have here from 2024? This was a Brazilian team. The difference is your design, your creative design, your ideas, and how those ideas are going to be replicated in transforming the model block by using a CNC machine to cut the model block until you have just the car body, and you would be able to see something like this. So imagine this is a development class car body. So then here you have to fit the rear wing, the front wing, the helmet, the wheels, the axles, etc., until you have something wonderful like the one that we can see here. But it's a journey. And then in that journey, we learn and we develop. And we will make mistakes, we will learn with our mistakes, and that can be on anything from our job role to implementing and managing our project to the paint that goes on your car. Because this development allows you to, in a protective educational environment, to make mistakes, to learn with them. And the teachers, STEM Racing Canada and STEM Racing HQ are here to support you in this journey. So any questions, please be free to nag the local coordination, but you are free also to request our help in HQ. Building teamwork, leadership, enterprise skills. It's at the core of a competition too. It's not just engineering. We want the students to understand how to manage their project, because in the end, you guys will understand that while you are managing a project to develop a miniature racing car, the fundamental principles of that will be applicable on anything in your life. If you want to become an architect, if you want to become a doctor or a teacher or a musician, there's always going to be the requirement to manage specific tasks. So we hope that by understanding project management, by implementing and working as a team, by exploring enterprise skills, this will be an advantage for your future. And while it's clear that everything that you learn about project management is going to be applied, of course, in the project management panel and building a portfolio, etc., in terms of enterprise, sometimes it's more challenging to understand how everything is applicable. But you're basically creating a team identity. If you imagine Ferrari, and we immediately when we look at Ferrari, we imagine the red, their icon, the symbol of the horse, the Italian style. And when you will look at Ferrari, that red transpires on every single element of that team. We want you to try and mimic that by creating your own team name, by exploring colors for your team, by exploring how you can communicate your team identity in an effort to raise sponsorship, creating partnerships with external entities. Now, these entities may be partners that will help you with in-kind support, or maybe supporters, sponsors that will be supporting you with sponsorship. And you guys need to think about how to give them a little bit of return of investment. So they are exposing their logo in your work. How can we give them something back? And communication. You guys will become so strong in terms of communication, fearless, I would say, being able to communicate not only in the competition against a panel of judges, putting an argument on how and why your car is as good as it is, and why have you chosen specific components or testing. But in life, you will use communication skills on everything. And I'm sure your teachers will be impressed with what you will learn in the competition, and most of all, how you will be applying it. Talking about partners is important, and I'm going to talk about four very key partners for us. We start with Denford. So Denford is basically the reason why the STEM competition exists. Mr. Andrew Denford, our founder and chairman. Andrew created the competition more than 20 years ago, and he was looking for a way to students to learn manufacturing techniques and a reason why they could explore equipment like CNC machines. And it's using a CNC machine that you guys will see the model block come to life with your car body, and then combine it with another manufacturing technique that is using 3D printers. And then when you combine all of your components in an assembly, you will have your cars. Because if we just look at this car, the body was cut by a CNC machine. So you can see like the halo and the helmet were 3D printed. The front wing was 3D printed. But you can see that the model block is underneath. The wheels were 3D printed. But there's different components here that make the whole assembly of your car. So Denford is key in terms of providing the right equipment for education. So this goes from the racing track, and you can see the newest racing track that we use for the first time in Singapore. That has a 4-lane, but this is exclusive for the World Finals. but in school we may use just a 2-lane track like the track that you will be able to see today. Another partner super crucial in your journey is Autodesk, because Autodesk provides free CAD software to every school around the world. You just need to go through a registration process. The educator, the teacher needs to register, and then each school can have up to 125 licenses for you guys to use. And this gives you access to the entire panel of software from Autodesk. And it's not only Fusion 360 that you can use. You can use and explore other materials. You can see the car in my screen. It's a car that has won the world finals in previous years, and it was developed by a team using Fusion 360. So for them, Autodesk was fundamental in their journey. You are free to use other softwares, but of course we are very fortunate to have the support of Autodesk. So I would say that I would definitely, if I were you, to explore the software. If you struggle in terms of how to use the software, I would say that there are thousands of tutorials online, made by teachers, made by students, made by Autodesk. And if you follow those video tutorials, you will be designing cars in no time. So I hope, so for the ones that already reached this stage, that you can develop further your CAD skills. But we also have ANSYS, and ANSYS is all about the CFD analysis, your wind tunnel, stress lab, and secret weapon, I would say, because you are going to be able to test and simulate the performance of your car way before you get to the racing track. It's not easy to have access to the racing track. It's an equipment that the centers of excellence in Canada will have it, but schools are also able to get the racing track, but we know that it has to be with budget, and not all the schools are going to be able to have it. So having access to a software that in the classroom or in your homes, at any time, you can put the car through a virtual wind tunnel and analyze that coefficient of drag, lift, and compare how your car is developing. Okay. This is something that I will share also in my tips and hints. But where you want to be is developing a car and analyzing its progression. So if you face a group of judges and you've only designed one car, how can you argue that that car is the best car that you can do? Now, if you designed 3 different cars and you have analyzed the front wing via CFD software, and you now can justify that the performance of your car based in data is going to be better with design A, B, or C, that will impress the design and engineering judges, and it will give you a better view in terms of the development of your work. So that was software and equipment. We now come to PMI. And PMI of the Project Management Institute has also been fundamental, has been a game changer since they started to support us, because we always had a bit of project management in the competition, but not as structured and as detailed as now. So the first thing that PMI does is they have prepared a document that you can find in the STEM Racing HQ website or locally, the Project Management Guide. And this guide was made for you. It wasn't made for professionals in the industry. It was made for you at this stage of your development. It teaches you the fundamental principles to manage your work. And it's not just about the roles of the team or managing the budget or having a Gantt chart. It's about the core fundamental principles of project management. And the earliest you can be exposed to this, the better it will be for your development. So trust me, I would definitely advise you guys to download this document, follow it, and this will make you a better project manager, I can guarantee you. Engineering builds the car, project management builds the team. I love this sentence. Success isn't an accident, it's a plan. Plan for it. Plan for every eventuality. Plan for risk. If you plan for risk, you are going to be prepared to anything that can happen. And sometimes this is the first tip that I give to any team. You need to be prepared for the worst. You need to be prepared for anything that may happen. So that could be your laptop running out of battery as soon as you go into the verbal presentation. So you need to make sure that the laptop is charged. But that's just a very simple example. But what about the risk of your car breaking during racing? What tests have you done to make sure that that doesn't happen? Some things can go wrong. Like we design the parts, it all looks lovely virtually, but then you manufacture your car, and now you're going to realize that the materials that you were using are not as strong as you first thought. And it's only when you build your entire car and you race it for the first time that you may figure that out. So plan for the risk. This is one of the things that the project management guide is going to prepare you to be able to apply it in every single component of the competition, from design and engineering to your communication to working as a team more effectively. Okay. If someone would ask me, what is it STEM racing all about? I would say real life skills. And I could spend here all afternoon giving you examples on how the competition can prepare you for real life. And I'm now going to give you one of those examples. I don't think I need to tell you that life is going to slap us around every day, and we need to be prepared to resist the adversity. And we need to overcome that adversity, being positive, but also being prepared. Why does 1 millimeter matter? This is a funny story of a conversation that I was having with a teacher that was discussing with me that the competition, STEM racing, was too harsh because we were failing students because of 1 millimeter. And that means that in the specific car and in the specific front wing, the distance between one point and the other, that as we define it in the rules and regulations, needs to be between a minimum and a maximum. And we do fail students because they fail it by 1 millimeter under the minimum or over the maximum. But the teacher was very adamant that our competition was too harsh, was too harsh on the students, too difficult. And I said, look, I want to show the STEM racing students, the competitors, that life is difficult and that there's ways to prepare yourself in order not to fail by a millimeter. You can put tolerances in your dimensions, simply not going between the minimum and the maximum, staying something in the middle. You can measure as soon as the car goes from the virtual world to the physical world. So as soon as you assemble it, you get a caliper and you measure the car to the millimeter using proper tools. But then I said to the teacher, where do you want the student to learn that 1 millimeter matters? In school, protected by the competition and your teachers, and you are going to fail by 1 millimeter, and you may lose 10 points in scrutineering, and you may lose the ability to win Best Engineering Award or the fastest car. Or one day, when you are a professional in the industry, you are working for Ferrari, you have designed the front wing for Lewis Hamilton, but you have missed it for 1 millimeter. The front wing now doesn't fit in the Ferrari. Ferrari gets disqualified from the Grand Prix. Ferrari gets millions in damage because they cannot race. And you, for sure, someone is going to have to take on the responsibility and lose their jobs. Where is best to prepare you to fail by 1 millimeter? Of course, it's during the competition. Explaining to you the 1 millimeter matters it's real life. It's real life skills that you are going to use the communication in your life. You're going to you're going to prepare yourself for risk. You're going to learn how to be ready for anything, to face the scary judges that they are professionals from the industry, but the only thing they want is to have a conversation with you and to listen to you defending your work in order to give you points that are on the scorecards, of course, in the competition regulations. So I hope you understand that we don't want to make a harsh competition, but we want to show you how difficult life is. And if we can prepare you for those difficulties, we will help you to be better professionals in your future and then help you to achieve whatever dream you guys have. If that is to work for Formula One, if that is to work in industry in Canada, if that is to work to any of the biggest organizations in the world, or create your own business. I hope that STEM racing gives you a bit of courage to create your own business and then also make your business develop into one of the biggest ones in the world. Of course, after everything is developed, you have to present it to the judges. And that's what the competition is all about. You can see in this image, there's a group that it's presenting their work to a panel of design and engineering judges. They are asking them the tricky questions. They are asking them, why have you used this type of component? But most importantly, what was your evaluation to use this type of component? Did you test other components? Did you test other shapes? Did you actually tested your car? It's very common to hear that a team has developed one car, assembled it, and that's the car that goes into an event. But I can guarantee you guys that the best way that you guys will know that if a wheel is better than another wheel is by designing different ones and testing them. And this will apply to the entire car, from the shape of your car to the materials, to the components, etc. I was just recently in Kuwait opening a center of excellence, and there was a student that asked me, what is the best material to use on the wheels? Do you guys know how I responded? I said, you need to tell me what is the best material for your wheels. I can tell you that I've seen wheels made with PLA, ABS, aluminium, carbon fiber, but it doesn't matter if you have the best material in the world if it's not properly assembled as a full component. You may have the best material for the wheel, the best axle, the best bearing. It's all great, but when you assemble it by accident, a bit of super glue went into the bearing, and now the wheel is completely stuck. So it's the combination of everything, guys. Your research, how you apply things, how you assemble things, and how you test it. Do thorough testing, and this will make you much stronger as a team. And this can be applicable on anything, not just on design and engineering. This may be researching your verbal presentation and approaching how you communicate differently. This may be how you present your pit display. This may be how you structure your portfolio. So it's applicable to anything. Now, a few very direct tips. The first one is this one. Read the regulations. You would be surprised in how many students ask questions, but they haven't read the rules and regulations. Basically, all the answers are in the rules and regulations. One of the most common questions is can I do this or can I do that? And my response is always, do the rules and regulations prevent you from doing it? Do the rules and regulations state anywhere that it's forbidden to do it? If they do, then you have to avoid it. But if they don't, explore it. Explore the gap. And that's exactly what the F1 teams do to gain an advantage. You need to be creative. You need to explore. You need to be brave. But above all, following the rules and regulations. And let's not forget, you have the competition rules and regulations, where the scorecards here, where all the competition is explained. And then you have technical regulations. And that's all about the design of your car and every single component: body, front wing, rear wing, wheels, nose cone, support structures, etc. My second biggest tip is this one: divide to conquer. You are not working alone. And I have seen students that they have tried to carry the team alone because the rest of the elements were not, the rest of the students were not really as dedicated as the team leader, let's say. When everyone owns a piece, the team wins as a whole. You are going to take on job roles. If there's 3 or 6 of you, each of you will take on a job role. And if one of you is the design engineer, or the other one is the manufacturer engineer, or the web designer, or the project manager, or the finance officer, or the team manager, you may realize that you may like a specific job function more than other. Swap, change, group yourselves with another student and develop the bit the most excites you. I can guarantee you that probably you will want to do that job role for the rest of your life. But where you don't want to be is the entire team wanting to work together on the car, and then no one is working on developing your website, on searching for sponsors, on preparing your documents. There's 6 of you, there's minimum 3, maximum 6. Divide to conquer, okay? Divide the tasks, follow the project management guide, and make sure that you follow your objectives, your time objectives, and consider all the constraints that you may have along on your journey. Third tip: read the rules and regulations again. Because I know that the first time that you've read them, something was missed. Read them again. Everything is in there, and try to explore them as much as you can. Of course, in a legal way. Sometimes the students ask, how can I get the points? What's important in terms of getting the points? I say, in the competition regulations, guys, you have the scorecards. And the scorecard is where all the points are coming from. The judges can only give you points if they are in the scorecard. So the scorecard has 4 bands: low, medium high, and high. If you look at the high band, there's going to be the KPIs there of what the judges are looking to give you between 16 and 20 points. Try and reach everything that it's in that high KPI. Because if you don't, the judges, if you miss something, the judges will put you on the lower band, and so on and so on. So if you miss anything, they will start looking to see how complete is your work and place you in the right band. How do you organize your portfolio? I would suggest that you have a careful look in how the scorecard is organized, because that's how the judges are going to look for you. Okay, so again, read the rules and regulations carefully, and you will be better prepared for the competition. Don't wait for solutions. Chase the opportunity and create them. Sometimes I hear that when students are talking about their sponsorship strategy and how difficult it is to get sponsors and partners, and I ask the teams, well, okay, so what did you do to get a sponsor? And they go in this and they say, well, we went online and we identified 10 companies and we sent an email explaining everything to every single of those companies, but no one responded. So we don't have any sponsors. But then I say, okay, so no one has responded, but you know that they are pretty busy, and the email could have landed on a spam folder, or whoever has read the email may not understand and just think, oh, this may be a scam. Or have you actually called them and tried to explain on a phone call what you're trying to achieve? Have you went and knock on their door and say, hey, we are a STEM racing team. We are doing an engineering development of a car. We are creating a team identity. We want to represent our team in the local event or in the national final, or our dream is to become world champions. If you pitch it professionally, I can guarantee you that they will trust you and they will want to help you. But if the pitch is, we are three friends and we have built a little car, can you sponsor us? No one will understand what you're doing. So be professional, make them see, but above all, chase the opportunity. Don't wait for the door to open. You have to knock on the door and make it open. Okay? So be proactive. Where could STEM racing take you? Of course, some of you guys have already defined your goals after you finish school, and you already have a dream of working in a specific job role or to a specific company. I would say that I have seen everything. I have seen students going and doing 3 years of STEM racing and becoming a pediatrician. And that was actually one of my previous students in Portugal. And I met him a few years later, and I said, "You're now a pediatrician. And did engineering disappoint you?" And he said, "No, Nelson, it was always my objective to become a pediatrician. But the project helped me a lot. It helped me with teamwork, and I do teamwork every day. It taught me leadership. It taught me project management. So no, I'm not an engineer. I'm not developing cars, but it really applies to anything. And if you guys think that you are only going to achieve success in the competition if you win a trophy, if you win the regionals, or if you win the national, or if you win the world finals, you are mistaken. Winning a trophy does not define you. What defines you is your journey. And just another story of a student that contacted me because he was wanting to share wonderful news. And he started the email with, "Nelson, I've never won a regional, never won the national, never went to worlds, but I wanted to tell you today that I'm a coder engineer for Mercedes F1, for the Mercedes F1 team." And I was so happy for him by him explaining and realizing that it was not about winning a trophy, because only a few teams can win an event or win awards, but it was the journey. It was participating in the competition that also helped them to realize his dream, and he never gave up. And his dream was to work for Formula One, and he achieved that dream. So where could STEM racing, previously F1 in schools, where could STEM racing supported by Formula One take you? Wherever you want. Follow your dreams. And I'm pretty sure, like the students that are on this photo, and on the center of that podium, you can find Lunar. And Lunar had about 3 to 4 years of experience in the competition until they've reached their objectives. And in the previous year, they went to the podium, they placed third, did not give up, came back, won in Australia again, was able to get the ticket to Worlds, worked really hard, and they were crowned the 2025 World Champions. Directly to F1, I can give you this example. This is George Britton. So in 2015, he was crowned STEM Racing World Champion. It was F1 schools at the time. In 2015, he was elected to participate in the Unilever Williams Engineering Academy. And this is Williams tracks the best students that go into the world finals and offers them a journey also with the team, and they track them and they support them with resources, with work experience. So that opened the doors for George. In 2017, he was the junior race operation data analyst of Williams Racing. In 2019, performance engineer. And in 2023, he's as a data and software solutions engineer at McLaren. So look, guys, there's this is George here next to Alban, and this is George here in the middle of the podium jumping when they won the world finals. Could you be the next world champion? Why not? it's not your country that defines or that defines who is going to be the next world champion. It's not because the Australians have been having lots of success or the British or the German. Anyone can be the next world champion. You know, I had to, just on my personal experience, when I started in Portugal, the students were lacking confidence to feel that they could fight for podium positions. And it took me 5 years to make them realize that they could. So we went from bottom last in the competition to the second place in the podium in 2015. It wasn't about the budget. It wasn't about the equipment. It was about the work that the students put on. So I was very proud for that team to reach that objectives. So can you become a world champion? Of course you can, but that will not define you in the competition. And here we are. This is a photo of every single team that participated in 2025 in the World Finals, and this is in the straight of the Singapore Grand Prix. So look, it's exciting times. Today it's only the beginning. It's an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to make friends, to share experiences, and above all, to see and define your goal. Because your goal may be to come and get qualified to the national final, win it, and go into an international tournament to represent your country. Okay? So, thank you for having me. And I'm not going just yet because I think we could now go for a quick Q&A. So, if anyone has any questions that they want to ask, it could be rules and regulations, it could be advice, it could be anything, please be free. And I ask the help of our coordinating guys on site. So this could be, the students can ask the question or you can put it on the chat. Oh, just 1 second. They are coming via WhatsApp. So 1 second, I'm going to open my WhatsApp and why is my computer not helping? I'll read it on my phone. I was trying to, right. How long have you been involved in racing? Well, guys, I've never been involved in racing. I've been coordinating, I've been the international coordinator for STEM racing for over 10 years. And I had another 10 years of experience in Portugal as a project manager and coordinating the organization in the north of Portugal, where I was very fortunate to take many teams to the World Finals. My experience is actually IT, and I actually was part of seeing the internet being born, and I was very lucky about that. But life took me to become project manager on an educational challenge, so that was quite interesting. Come on, guys, this is your opportunity to ask a few questions. Well, if you have covered all the questions, please be assured that. Oh, there's one more coming. What is the most important factor for a fast car? Love it, love it. Really cool question. I would say that is the combination of the components and a good assembly. Because let's imagine you guys have designed it in Fusion 360. You're absolutely sure that it's going to comply with the rules and regulations. You have assembled the car. You have researched the components. But above all, it's like I was saying before, it's not just about having the best material for the wheels or the best paint finish for your car. It's about how everything is combined. Remember, you may have the best wheels or the best bearings, the best axles, but if a drop of super glue, when you are assembling it, goes into your bearing, the wheel will be stuck. So it's about the combination of everything, how you assemble it, how you prepare the materials, and above all, I think a secret for a very fast car is simplicity, to be honest. The wheels need to spin very nicely, it needs to be legal, and most of all, think about this. What is the minimum weight on the class that you are joining? And if you are not close to the minimum weight on that class, you are in a disadvantage facing a team that it's around the minimum weight. So professional class in the World Finals right now, it's 48 grams. So if you have a car that it's 55, 60, 70 grams, you are immediately in disadvantage. So try and get the weight of your car as much as possible close to the minimum. If you're going to be able to compete at the highest level with the standard wheels from Denver, I would say that the standard wheels from Denver are a good start, especially because they are mandatory for entry class and development class. I would also say that when you are ready to go for an international event, you will want to customize your own wheels. So start exploring other materials. The reason why we have standard wheels, it's for in entry class and development class. You don't have to think about the wheels and you can focus on fundamentals like manufacturing your car. But in professional class, we give you the freedom to explore everything. The car body needs to be CNC machined and using the model block, but all the rest of the components can be customized by you. Who are the best people to approach first for sponsorship? I would say the companies who are close to you in your hometown. Go and say that you are representing your local town, your local city, and say, can you help me promote my school? Can you help me promote my team? Because the problem is some companies will not have money to invest on you, but they can help you with in-kind support. And that means they can paint the car for you. They can give you the shirts with your team logo and your sponsors. They can print the portfolios for you. Be creative with in-kind, because it's very difficult to get support financially. What are some important tips for presenting to the judges? Oh, I love that one. I would say, look them in the eyes, be brave, be honest. The judges only want to know how your journey was. With AI, and I want to give everyone a tip about AI. I think everyone should be using it, but using it properly. Using it as a tool to make your life easier, to make some of your tasks faster, but not to think for you. Use AI cleverly. Because if you do AI and if you upload an image of your car and you just go, hey, ChatGPT, can you just say why this car is aerodynamic? Yes, AI will blurb a text, but you will have to defend that text in front of the judges. So I need you to be confident on what you are presenting. So use AI as a tool, but make sure that you present your own opinions and your own reasoning. So most important of all is to be honest with them, to be direct, speak calmly, be professional, and you will impress the judges for sure. Yeah, that's fine. We can give it a few more minutes to see if there's any more questions. If there's not, and if there's questions that you can always use the local infrastructure, Kyle, and the rest of the colleagues to ask the questions. You can always send us an email directly. You can find my email on the HQ website. but your main point of contact needs to be STEM Racing Canada. And then if STEM Racing Canada cannot help you, they will request my help, and all of the STEM Racing family is here waiting to help you. So guys, I hope you have an amazing time. Have a blast today. Make sure that you explore the project management guide. Use the software that our supporters give to you for free, because Fusion 360 and the Answers software is all free. Be free to use whatever techniques or manufacturer you guys want. Be brave, follow your dreams, and I'm pretty sure that you guys will have an amazing time in the presentation, in the competition. Thank you, everyone.
rebooting this thing again. The it wasn't. Check, check. Yeah, you're there, no problem. Check, check.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for STEM racing? Make some noise. All right, one more time for STEM Racing Canada. Let the globe hear you. Over to you. Okay, everybody, it's about that time. We have set up the racetrack, so I'll just talk to our pit crew here. As it looked like we're going to go with an entry-level class team first. I'm getting my sheet. Is it entry-level we're confirming, pit crew? All right. So the first, thank you, Jennifer. The first entry-level team will be Southridge from Southridge Secondary School in beautiful British Columbia, racing the Turbo Hawks from Holy Trinity School. Give a round of applause. So once again, our very first race here at STEM Racing Canada National Qualifier event. For those of you who don't know, entry level is the beginning, entry level to go to professional class. So these are the junior cars that are starting us out today. Southridge, British Columbia, Southridge Secondary versus the Turbo Hawks from Holy Trinity. Lane 1, left, Southridge. Right lane is the Turbo Hawks. Thank you, Tanai. Yes, sir. Final preparations for the Southridge entry-level team versus Turbo Hawks. Southridge is in the left lane. Right lane is the Turbo Hawks. Making the final preparations. Getting ready for entry level. Southridge entry level team from Southridge Secondary School versus the Turbo Hawks. Holy Trinity. Southridge is in the left lane and Turbo Hawks is in the right lane. All right, here we go. We are officially ready for the first. Okay, get set. Here we go. Woo! Well done. Well done. It looks like Turbohawks takes it. Congratulations, Turbohawks and Holy Trinity. Great showing for our very first round one of entry-level car teams. Thank you. So as you probably know, we have to load up each and every single car and dismantle it. So this takes a little bit of time. So once we get the flow here, we'll get right underway and keep it moving along. But well done, pit crew. You performed very, very well. Give the pit crew a big round of applause. And again, the Turbohawks from Holy Trinity School, entry level, right lane, take it in round one. Congratulations to Southridge and the Southridge Secondary School for a great performance. So next up, we're going to have Team 5, entry level, Holy Trinity in the left lane. And we're going to have Southridge racing one more time in the right lane. So there's a total of 3 entry-level teams. We're just getting ready for round 2 of the entry level. This is going to be Team 5 from Holy Trinity and Southridge. Okay, race number 2. Just a heads up, within the next couple of minutes, we will have Team 5 in the entry-level class from Holy Trinity School, racing once again against Southridge Secondary School from beautiful British Columbia, both in entry class. Right lane, Southridge, and the left lane, Team 5. The leaderboard is going to show your fastest time. So as the leaderboard begins to be populated with data, even if you've raced more than one time, it will show your fastest time. So keep in mind, your fastest time will be displayed. All right, the pit crew is just making their way through it. Mitchell, our world-class judge, is working devilishly hard to get our next race underway. That will be Team 5 versus Southridge. Team 5 will be in the left lane. Southridge will be in the right lane. Both of these are entry-level class cars. Race number 2 will be up next. Team 5, entry level in the left lane, Southridge, entry level class, Southridge Secondary School. All right, we are almost ready for race number 2. Make some noise for Team 5 in the left lane from Holy Trinity, Southridge in the right lane, entry level class, head-to-head shootout. Here we go, round 2 coming up. All right, ready? Who's ready to go? Make some noise, everybody. All right, here we go. Fire. Oh, yeah. Who do we got as the winner? Who is our winner, Kate? Team 5 takes it. Congratulations, Team 5. All right. We'll be doing the same thing, getting the track ready, prepping the cars. Our next race is going to be the Turbo Hawks and Team 5 competing for a head-to-head shootout. The Turbo Hawks are left lane, and Team 5 is the right lane. STEM Racing Canada National File coming to you live from Holy Trinity. Students, make some noise so the world can hear you. The pit crew's just getting ready for round 3. So if you're tuned in on the live stream, we've got Turbo Hawks in the left lane, entry level class from Holy Trinity. We've got Team 5 entry level class, also from Holy Trinity in the right lane. All right, the pit crew is indicating that we are close. Close for race number 3, Turbohawks entry level left lane from Holy Trinity versus Team 5, also entry class from Holy Trinity. Moments away from round number 3. If the world is watching, thank you very much. We appreciate your participation. Make some noise, STEM Racing Canada students. You got to do better than that. Make some noise. Momentarily, race number 3 will start. Turbohawks in the left lane versus Team 5 in the right lane, both from Holy Trinity. And this will be our final round in the entry-level class. Just awaiting word from the judges. Not the judges, the pit crew. My apologies. Awaiting word. Okay, so I've got the green light. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and... All right. It looks like our right lane team, team number 5, takes it. Holy Trinity. Big round of applause for Holy Trinity. What? My apologies. I read it wrong. That was Turbohawks. We're going with exactly what's on the screen. I will make sure to not make that mistake again. Turbohawks, congratulations. Okay, everybody. Pro class is up next. Let's make a little noise to welcome our pro class teams. Ladies and gentlemen, pro class is about to begin. Race number 1, we have Team Delta in the left lane, all the way from Alberta, Strathcona, Tweedsmuir, representing virtually. We've got the Northern Rapids also in pro class, also from Strathcona, Tweedsmuir. So our first pro class event is about to get underway. Give us a few minutes as our pit group prepares the track. Getting ready for race number 1. We've got Team Delta, left lane, Northern Rapids, right lane, both hailing from Strathcona, Tweedsmuir, all the way from beautiful Alberta. Our pit crew is working hard to set up the pro class. Make a little bit of noise to cheer on our teams from Alberta coming in virtually. Let them hear you. Make some noise. Come on, students. Let them hear you all the way in Alberta. All right, everybody. Let's make some noise for race number 1 in our pro class. Left lane, Team Delta. Right lane, Northern Rapids. All the way from Strathcona, Tweedsmuir. We are lights green. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Team Delta takes it. Congratulations, Team Delta. Team Delta is from Strathcona, Tweedsmuir in Alberta. That was our first pro class race. Way to go, Team Delta. Congratulations. Next up, we're going to have race number 2. We're going to have the A team in the left lane and Team Lux. So A team, pro class, Strathcona, Tweedsmuir in the left lane against Team Lux, pro class from Port Secondary School out of the Peel District School Board. Stay tuned while our pit crew sets up the track. Okay, the pit crew is almost ready for race number 2. In the left lane, we got the A Team Pro Class, Strathcona Tweedsmuir. Right lane, Team Lux, also Pro Class from Port Secondary School out of the Peel District School Board. Pretty exciting day. We're making global news. STEM Racing Canada team. It looks like our pit crew is giving me the green light. So when you are ready, let's count it down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank goodness we didn't have anyone close to the track. This can happen. Our pit crew is out on the track to see what's taking place. Now, these cars are flying almost up to 50 miles an hour over 20 meters. So, pit crew, what do we have? Mitchell, our official world class judge. Who's the winner of this one?
The right side, Team Lux.
Team Lux, congratulations. Team Lux, congratulations. Well done. All right, we're going to need a minute for our pit crew to assess the situation. But Team Lux, congratulations out of the Port Credit Secondary School in the Peel District School Board. So we will be prepping race 3. Momentarily, we'll be prepping race 3 with our pit crew. We're going to have the Nitro Knights in the left lane from Westmont Secondary School in Hamilton, and the Carbon Cougars in the right lane from the Toronto French School. So we are prepping race number 3, Pro Class, Nitro Knights, left lane, Carbon Cougar, right lane. We'll leave our pit crew to set it up and get things underway. All right, the pit crew is setting up for round 3 of the Pro Class round number 3 of the pro class. Just a heads up, that'll be Nitro Knights in the left lane versus the Carbon Cougars in the right lane. Carbon Cougars coming from the Toronto French School here in Toronto, and Nitro Knights from Westmont Secondary School in Hamilton. The pit crew is just inspecting the track to make sure everything is good. All right, everybody, race number 3, Nitro Knights in the left lane and the Carbon Cougars in the right lane. When you are ready, let's make some noise. 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. We have confirmation the Carbon Cougars won that race. Congratulations to the Carbon Cougars out of the Toronto French School. right, so we're just going to make a note to all the people on the live stream that are watching and viewing and participating virtually. The STEM Racing Canada pit crew and judges are going to make some repairs to the Team Delta car and the A team. We've had some critical issues with each of those cars, and we're going to try and bring them back to optimal condition. So just to be fair and level the playing field, the STEM Racing team and pit crew and judges have officially decided to try and work on the Team Delta car and the A team so that they have an opportunity to race once again. As we prepare now for race number 4 coming up, we have NYS Racing out of Milliken Mills in the York Region District School Board in the pro class. We have Team Overdrive from Northview Heights Secondary. So Northview Heights Secondary, Overdrive, you're going to be in the right lane. NYS Racing, Milliken Mills in the left lane. Which is all right, we are ready officially for the 4th race. NYS Racing, left lane, Milliken Mills, York Region District School Board, and Team Overdrive from Northview Heights Secondary School in the right lane. When you are ready, green lights, 3, 2, 1. Well done. All right, what's the official readout? Mitchell, do you concur? Team Overdrive, congratulations. The excitement is building. Thank you very much to each of the teams that's participating in race number 4. That was NYS Racing out of Milliken Mills, York Region District School Board, left lane, and the right lane takes it. Team Overdrive, Northview Heights Secondary School. Well done, Team Overdrive. Shout out to Mr. Oppenheimer. Well done. We'll be prepping for race number 5 next. Team Ignite versus Team Xenon. Ignite in the left lane, Xenon in the right. Stay tuned, folks. Our pit crew is making their way to get ready for race number 5. Team Ignite versus Team Xenon. Satec WA Porter for Ignite and Xenon Holy Trinity. All right, everybody, we are officially ready for race number 5. We have got Team Ignite out of WA Porter Satec in the left lane and Team Xenon in the right lane from Holy Trinity. All right, we are officially green lights. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, well done. All right, so judges, what do we have official? Team Ignite, congratulations. Team Ignite in the left lane takes it. Well done to Team Xenon. Very, very good showing. All right, so we've got one more round, so we're going to do round 6, and then we're going to be taking a quick break for any teams that are on site. If you have had a car malfunction, we're going to provide your car to you, and you're going to be able to try and make any necessary repairs. If any of the teams that are participating virtually and you're not on site, the STEM Racing Canada team will be working to make any necessary repairs. So we're getting ready for round number 6. Then we're taking a strategic break to make any necessary repairs via the team or with the STEM Racing Canada team. Our pit crew is making their way to get ready for round 6. Then we're taking our technical break to make any repairs. STEM Racing students, let's hear some noise before round 6. It's going to be the Crimson Swords in the left lane for round 6 out of Northern Secondary versus Night Shift Automotive in the right lane. So race number 6 is on deck. Crimson Swords Pro Class, Northern Secondary School versus Night Shift Automotive in the right lane. Also Pro Class, Northern Secondary. Our pit crew will be ready momentarily for round number 6. Who's ready for round number 6? Make some noise. All right, go. 3, 2, 1, fire. Well done. All right, Mitchell, do you concur? Night Shift Automotive, congratulations. Make some noise for Night Shift, everybody. Congratulations. Okay, so officially, that is our first round of professional class. We are all going to take a quick, we're going to call it 20-minute break to do some car repairs. So everyone, do what you like just to get stretched out. Maybe you can go back to the paddock area. But for everyone online right now, the team at STEM Racing Canada is going to be making some repairs to the Delta team car and the A team car. Now, Overdrive, if you can report to the booth here, we've got to make a repair to your car, but you will be on that. All right, so 20-minute break. Everyone stretch your legs, go back to the paddock area. We're going to be doing some internal repairs for Team Delta and the A team. So 20 minutes on the clock. Come back in this room at exactly 1:30. So please go back to the paddock area so we can keep this area clear. We're going to be doing some internal repairs with Overdrive, Team Delta, and the A team. Thank you very much for participating. We'll be right back on the live stream. All right, everybody, let's head back to the gallery. We're going to be getting ready for round number 2. If you're just joining us back on the live stream, we are getting ready for round number 2. All right, so as you make your way back to the gallery, we're going to be getting ready for round number 2 momentarily. Excuse me, we're going to have Team Delta in the left lane from Strathcona Tweedsmuir. Excuse me, Team Delta, Strathcona Tweedsmuir in the right lane, and Northern Rapids also from Strathcona Tweedsmuir in the left lane. So we are just getting ready to start. In the next few minutes, our pit crew is preparing the track with the Team Delta in the right lane and Northern Rapids from Strathcona Tweedsmuir in the left lane. Our pit crew is preparing for round number 2, race 1. We are going to have in the right lane Team Delta and in the left lane Northern Rapids. Both of these professional class teams are based out of Strathcona Tweedsmuir. All right, students, who's ready for race number 1? Make a little noise. All right, when you're ready, fire. Green light. Oh, okay. It looks like our pit crew is having just as much fun as the team. So, Judge 1, we got it. Judge 2, Northern Rapids in the left lane takes it. Congratulations to the Northern Rapids. Thank you very much. So we will be setting up for race 2. Let's continue to encourage our pit crew to have a great time setting up your cars. Race 2 is going to be the A team in the right lane. Left lane is going to be Team Lux. So race 2 that we're preparing for right now, right lane A team from Strathcona, and the left lane Team Lux, Port Credit Secondary. Getting ready for race number 2 in the right lane, we have the A team. Left lane, we have Team Lux. Team Lux, Port Credit Secondary School. A team, Strathcona Tweedsmuir in Alberta. Right lane. We are lights out. Well done. It looks like the EH team, the A team in the right lane is the winner. The A team out of Strathcona Tweedsmuir in Alberta. Congratulations. Make some noise for the Alberta team so they can hear you on the live feed. All right, race number 3. Race number 3 is going to be like this. The Nitro Knights on the right lane and the Carbon Cougars on the left lane. Race number 3, our pit crew is making their way to prepare for race number 3. Nitro Knights, right lane, Westmont Secondary School, and the Carbon Cougars, Toronto French School, left lane. All right, we're preparing for race number 3. The Nitro Knights in the right lane versus the Carbon Cougars in the left lane. Our pit crew is making final preparations. Okay, everybody, we are officially ready for race number 3. Let's say this. Yes. All right, over to you. Lights out. Well done. Well done. All right, judges. We've got the Carbon Cougars Toronto French School. Congratulations to the Carbon Cougars. So on the timing board, you can see what your standing is based on your very best time. So the board is showing your team's very best time. All right, race number 4 in the right lane. NYS Racing out of Milliken Mills. And the left lane, Team Overdrive. 2 pro class teams from the York region and the Toronto District region. We've got the right lane with NYS Racing and the left lane with Team Overdrive. As our pit crew gets ready for race number 4. We are preparing for race number 4, NYS Racing, right lane, Team Overdrive in the left lane. Our pit crew looks like they've made final preparations for race number 4. Are you saying you're ready, pit crew? Yeah. All right, over to you. Lights out. Well done. Well done. All right, what's the judge's input? NYS Racing. Team Overdrive, DNF. Sorry, Team Overdrive. NYS Racing takes it from Milliken Mills. Looks like the STEM Racing Canada pit team is inspecting the track, inspecting the cars. Congratulations to all teams that participated today in the STEM Racing Canada National Qualifier event. We appreciate you. STEM Racing student teams, are you having a good time? Make a little bit of noise so people can hear you on the live stream. Final two races coming up. Race 5 and race 6. Race 5, Team Ignite in the right lane. Team Xenon in the left lane. Xenon hails from Holy Trinity in the left lane, and Ignite from the right lane, W.A. Porter Satek. So race number 5 in the right lane. Second to last race, we're going to have Team Ignite versus Team Xenon in the left lane. The proper pronunciation of the winner of race 4 is NIS Racing out of Milliken Mills, York Region District School Board. NIS Racing was the winner of race number 4. All right, we are final preparations for race number 5. Team Ignite in the right lane, Team Xenon in the left lane. Let's make some noise for race 5 competitors out of Holy Trinity and W.A. Porter Satek. Final preparations for race number 5 are underway. We've got Team Ignite in the right lane and Team Xenon in the left lane. All right, so let's pause our music, and we know what to do, right? Well done. Team Ignite, congratulations. Well done, Team Ignite. Good showing, Team Xenon. Team Ignite takes it in the right lane. All right, everybody, this is our last and final race. Right lane, Crimson Swords. Left lane, Night Shift Automotive. Both hailing from Northern Secondary School in Toronto. Let's make some noise for our final race competitors. Crimson Swords, right lane, Night Shift Automotive in the left lane. STEM Racing Canada National Qualifier Championships taking place in great fashion, representing on the global stage. Students, let's let the globe hear you. Make some noise, STEM Racing Canada students, including the parents and teachers and educators. Right on. All right, race number 6, right lane, Crimson Sword, left lane, Night Shift Automotive. The STEM Racing Canada pit crew and team are making final preparations. All right, final preparations for race number 6. We've got in the right lane, Crimson Swords, left lane, Night Shift Automotive. This is our final pro class race of the day. I'll be waiting for the notification from the pit crew to make some final noise for our last professional race. Okay, it looks like the judges are set. All right, what do we do at this time? And lights out. All right, congratulations. All right, so judges, Crimson Swords, take it. Congratulations, Crimson Swords. Well done, absolutely well done, everybody. So at this point in time, let's make a round of applause for the first STEM Racing Canada national qualifying event. Thank you to all the teachers and educators and administrators and students and our gracious host here, Holy Trinity. Who's enjoyed your day at Holy Trinity today? Well done, well done. Okay, so at this time, we are going to take the final 15 minutes and we're going to go back into the paddock area and we will retrieve you to go into the closing ceremonies, which will be in the auditorium. So just go rest your legs for 15 minutes because we got to do some wrap up work right here. So please head directly back to the paddock area and we will get you when ready to go into the closing ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Mic check. Mic check 1, 2. That's coming through the stream, right? Yep. Mic check 1, 2.
Check one. All right, we're about to get the closing ceremonies underway. Did everyone have a good time? Let's do a show of hands and a little bit of applause. Yeah, thank you very much. Everyone showed up. We did a great job today. So on behalf of STEM Racing Canada program, Inspire Tech Canada, Holy Trinity, Spectrum Education, all of the students, parents, educators, administrators, independent schools and school districts, thank you very much for showing up today. We appreciate it. Every one of you did an absolutely exceptional job. So I'm going to announce the Branding and Identity Challenge award winner. And this was basically a challenge that was issued 1 week before the competition. So you had to have a submission into me yesterday, which was a 2-page branding and identity guideline strategy that kind of told the story about your team, your identity, the name, so on and so forth, why you should be selected. After that, we're going to do the entry and the pro class awards. And then Kate will have the final comments. All right, so where's the little drum roll for the branding and identity? All right, so this was a difficult decision, but we're waiting for the slide, waiting for the Wi-Fi. Okay, all right, so branding and identity award for the That's okay. I have a feeling we're going to be back. People are hoping this is going to go away and we're in the screen of death and it's going to be much better in a second. Just envision what you want it to look like and it will be there. That's okay. All right. I have a feeling the STEM Racing logo is going to come back up and we will be okay. But we will wait for the STEM Racing logo, right? Right. We will be patient because we only hire humans here. So this is good. Right? No robots just yet. So everyone still had a good time today, right? Yeah. So I used to be a radio DJ, and I can tell you the worst thing you could do on the radio is turn the radio off. People are expecting the radio. You never want the radio to go off. Now we're back. STEM Racing Canada, Branding and Identity Award winner, Crimson Swords. Congratulations. Do you have any words for your competitors and your colleagues? Do you have any words?
No. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, you guys, for nominating us, and we appreciate it. Although we started this very late, we're glad that we came all this way through. It was with the help of all of us. We worked very well together, and I'm glad we're here now. Any words? No.
Thank you very much, Crimson Swords from Northern Secondary. Now, the technical team, now there was Ben and Andrew and Jen and Chris and Carolyn and Kate and the entire team and Stephanie. Here is the entry-level award winner.
And the fastest car award for entry-level class goes to the Turbo Hawks. 1.557 seconds. Come on down, wherever they are. Come get your award. And maybe team captain Devik Nayar will have something to say. Coming all the way from Dubai.
Thank you, everyone. We had a great time. Thank you, STEM Racing Canada, for being here. And thank you for everyone for participating.
Way to go. Thank you. Back to Jay. Okay.
All right, and now the fastest overall. Once we do this one, we'll After they come talk, we'll put on the full leaderboard for the last slide, so you can see where are the overall results. So the fastest car professional class. Next slide. Team Delta, 1.161 seconds. Way to go. Now, I think, are they Alberta? So way to go, online Alberta people. All right, and let's put up the next slide to show the full leaderboard.
Okay, so thank you very much. Teams from across the country participated. Team Delta in Northern Rapids, actually, they were just at Worlds in Singapore. So you have a sense of, the level of competition. We're pretty excited about what we have just done here. I'm going to ask Mitchell, as an official world champion Canadian judge who's been to 3 Singapore competitions, to share just some insight and reflection for the teams. If you can give a minute, and then we'll do a final closing comments. But let's welcome Mitchell, who is all the way live from downtown Toronto here, who's been to a few of these from a world-class point of view. Mitchell, thanks for joining us. Any final words for the students?
Really good job with the times. A lot of you are doing this for the first time and or second time, and it's really hard to get this stuff done. So we talk a lot about friction in life, and so you got over the friction. And so as next steps and everything else, like good luck. Check out stuff with STEM racing, a lot of the World Finals information just to see what's happening. Check out the project management guide if you haven't already. It's pretty exciting heading to 2026. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mitchell. Kate, you've got the final closing comments. Over to you.
This was so much fun, and I really, really can't wait to see how this event grows. Tell your friends, get the more teams, the merrier. Closing, moments. When you could leave, you can come pick up your car. And as you're heading out of here, there was those lovely Christmas trees, and Holy Trinity created little ornaments for everyone to take. So please pick one off the tree to take home with you today. And I'm just really impressed. I'm so proud of you guys, and thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your Saturday, and let's go.
Thank you very much. After this, in the next week, we'll announce which teams are be going to nationals. So monitor your emails. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go Canada. Holy Trinity, you were incredible host. One big final round of host. Applaud for the Holy Trinity team. We couldn't have done it without you. We'll see you next time. Who wants to do this again next year? All right. Check. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye for now.
You don't need this stuff open anymore, right?